welcome to the Board of Education meeting being held on Tuesday, May 14th. I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:02. If you could please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Here.
Mrs. Assif,
Here.
Mrs. Caforio,
Here.
Mr. Collins,
Here.
Dr. Henry,
Here.
Mrs. Hassler,
Here.
and Mrs. Troutman.
Here.
Can we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that the board move into closed session for the purposes of A, appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. B, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, 5 ILCS 122C2. C, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students, 5 ILCS 122C10. And D, discussion of minutes lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Ms. Hassler. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes?
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Assif,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion passes. The board moves into closed session. Thank you. Welcome to the Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. The board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5 p.m. We have 7 board members present and 0 absent. At this time, I ask that we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. We will start our board meeting. Thank you to everybody for being here, and sorry for our delay, getting a little caught up in closed session, but we're happy that you all came. We'll start tonight with our spotlight and recognition. First up is our TIF forward distribution. Mayor Levin, and Jim Grabowski are here with us today.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't think we ever had a TIF with most of the members on the board except for Board Member Collins. And if you're not familiar, and someday we may have another one, it's a tool whereby we freeze the tax base and use the increase of the improvements as the taxes increase to further fund the improvements in that area. There's a lot of districts where there's contention because it may affect school districts and what they get. And the TIF lasts for 23 years. So back in 2013, the school board and the city of Elmhurst met together and worked out somewhat, I would say, of a unique agreement where not only did we agree to share in some of the revenues, but we made an immediate distribution from another TIF of $1 million to the school board. The agreement provided that after the 11th year of the TIF, we would start giving 10% of the increase value to the school district, and that was collected in 2022, or that was the year that was taxed, and in 23 we collected the money. And so that 10%, most of which goes to the school board, is now ripe. This is in addition to about $114,400 that we distribute each year, or distributed this year based on the per capita student ratio. Tonight, we have a check that we're going to present for, I was going to Venmo it, but the president said you don't take it, so we did bring one of these old-fashioned checks here. So I think most important is, this was a difficult, we've gone through some difficult times between our boards. Most of you weren't here. Actually, I was acting mayor back in 2013 when I negotiated with John McDonough and some others on the board to reach this agreement, and everyone walked away happy and feeling like we had a very good result. And through the history, particularly, I can say for the 3 years that I've been in, we've had a very, very good relationship between our board, your executive, our executive. And so when that next TIF comes along, I know it'll be so much easier. But we appreciate the relationship that we share with you, and we reaffirm our commitment to working with the school board to make this a better city for all of Elmhurst. So, and City Manager Grabowski is with me. He's the one that runs the ship for us. So I think I'll just leave it here. It's so far to walk up. I'll hand it to your... And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Levin. We do have, as you mentioned, Jim Collins, who was also around on the school board when this arrangement and agreement came to fruition, and he'd like to say a few words.
Thank you. Yeah, as you pointed out, then acting mayor, and I actually signed that TIF. I was this president of the school board at the time. And I just want to say, in my opinion, this TIF agreement is a great example of intergovernmental cooperation. Here's a few examples why, and Mayor Levin has pointed out already a few of them, but about 11, 12 years ago, the city of Elmhurst let the school board know they wanted to create a TIF district along York Road north of North Avenue. They asked the school board to meet and see if we could create a TIF that was mutually beneficial. We met several times. One thing that the mayor forgot to point out was that the city agreed to include Churchville Middle School and Conrad Fisher Elementary School within the boundaries of that TIF. And that is potentially a great benefit to the school district. We also agreed to many other terms that you pointed out, including this distribution in the 11th year that was presented tonight, and thank you for that. As we met several times. I remember we got close to a final agreement, and we couldn't quite agree on the language written by the city's law firm. So, as Mayor Levin pointed out, one evening, Mayor Levin and John McDonough, who was a school board member at the time and an experienced TIF attorney, put on their lawyer hats, they sat down together and crafted the final TIF document together. And I can think of no greater intergovernmental cooperation than that. It's an agreement that helps the city accomplish their goals for economic development, and it's fair to our school district students and taxpayers. And overall, in my opinion, it helps our city become a better place to live. Mayor Levin, Mr. Grabowski, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, and thank you again on behalf of the board. We look forward to future years of great collaboration in our intergovernmental relationship. So thank you again for being here and for presenting us with the check. Appreciate it. You can go right ahead. We have 2 seats available right up front if anybody would like to come on forward. Thank you again for coming tonight. We'll move on to item 4 under Spotlight and Recognition. It's the IMSA Illinois Math Science Academy Junior High School Math Contest and Illinois Math League, Bryan, Churchville, and Sandburg Middle School. If you are here to be recognized for this achievement, please step forward. Come on up.
You're going to stand right in the center and face your parents.
Perfect. Yeah, they know what to do. Oh, the one boy's right in front. He'll move back.
Thank you all for being here. Tonight we are so excited to celebrate our middle school mathematicians and their accomplishments in this year's IML and IMSA math competitions. With support from Reach PTA, all 3 of our middle schools participated in the IML competition this year. All students, whether on the math team or not, were invited to take an assessment that enters them in a statewide competition against over 25 other schools in their grade level. This competition allows students to show their individual student excellence in math. IMSA allows students to participate both individually but also in teams across different grade bands to celebrate our students' skills in creative thinking. Students, congratulations on all your hard work and preparation, and kudos to you. We look forward to you continuing your math journey and participating on York's math team to demonstrate mathematic excellence in D205. I'm now going to pass it over to Dr. Henry, who's going to highlight your individual accomplishments. Great job.
Okay, this is amazing. There's so many of you too, which is awesome, but I'm also going to have to read your names, so I'm really sorry if I mispronounce them. So here's the proclamation. Whereas the Bryan Middle School, Churchville Middle School, and Sandburg Middle School math teams participated in math competitions, including the IMSA Junior High School Math Contest held at the Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora and the Illinois Math League events. Whereas at the IML competition, the Bryan 6th grade team placed 6th place in Illinois and 3rd place in the DuPage region, and Shaylin Pandya placed 4th in state, and Maya Osman placed 23rd in state. The 7th grade team took 4th place in Illinois and 2nd place in the DuPage region, and John Callahan earned 11th in state and 2nd in DuPage region, and Lincoln Hoger earned 17th in state, 4th in the DuPage region, and Axel Harstad earned 20th in state, and Jackson Beisel 34th in state. The 8th grade team earned 5th place in Illinois and 3rd place in the DuPage region, and George Knott and Jamie Lower earned 15th in state, 3rd in DuPage region, and Kendall Ives and Vivian Wilson placed 33rd in state. At the IMSA competition, 8th grader Jamie Lower won 2nd place, and 7th graders Jackson Beisel, John Callahan, Suriana Consul, Beth Buffine won 3rd place, and Elia Samuel, Evan Moy, Reed Lyon, Brady Shaw won 2nd place, and the Bryan 7th grade team placed 1st overall. The Bryan 8th grade team placed 3rd, and Team 1 included Sean Gibbons, Jamie Lower, Sahana Pandya, and Kendall Ives, and Team 2 included Mustafa Mir, Ari Shupaj, Assad Gilani, and Sam Bhagavan. And in the creative thinking competition, Jamie Lower and Jackson Beisel placed 3rd, and Mustafa Mir and Elia Samuel placed 1st. Whereas Churchville's top 6th grade students included Logan Rockwell, Chase Connor, Sorian Blanco, Tia Churiel, Ezekiel Nowicki, Blake Lee Shannon, and Churchville's top 7th grade students included Marshall O'Henley, Connor Hanna, Joseph Poynton, Sava Papanow, Jaden, sorry, I'm trying my best, I'm sorry, Jaden Vernmo, Gabrielle Alsa, Dominic Ramos. Churchville's top 8th grade students included Patrick Byrne, Claire Thompson, PJ Evangelinos, Anissa Scaria, Jake Bogle, Joaquin Peneda, and Churchville statewide rankings included 6th grade placed 13th out of 30 schools, 7th grade placed 10th out of 31 schools, and 4th in DuPage County, and 8th grade placed 14th out of 26 schools and 4th in DuPage County. And whereas Sandburg Middle School students Mason Willard, Ilya Shakoff, Brennan Rice, and Yash Parti, who placed in the top 43 students in Illinois. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to Bryan Middle School, Churchville Middle School, Sandburg Middle School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and faculty members for these outstanding achievements. Thank you.
Thank you. And a special thank you to Dr. Henry for demonstrating bravery, for modeling bravery and what it takes to just jump right in when someone needs some help. So thank you. Congratulations again to our students and families. Next up, we have the FCCLA State Competition. If you are here to be honored for the FCCLA State Competition, please step forward. And you know the drill since you just watched it.
All right, good evening. I'm Wendy Albert, and I have Jenna Callan and Katie Naraki with me today. We are all FCS teachers and FCCLA advisors at York. I'd like to thank the school board and Dr. Campbell for the opportunity to recognize our 2024 FCCLA state competitors. I'd also like to thank our York administration for supporting the family and consumer science opportunities that students have at York that directly link to the competitions that they have competed in. And of course, thank you to all of our students' parents and their advisors for all the work that they've done throughout the competitive season with our students. We want to share a little bit of background about the competitions so that everyone can kind of understand what it is that you guys do in FCCLA and how that connects to the family and consumer science curriculum. And then after that, the board will read the official proclamation and announce all of your names as well as your competition results. Students work throughout the year to prepare portfolios, display boards, presentations, create numerous types of projects, attend open labs, as well as many, many, many culinary practices in order to prepare for each of their individual competitions. With our competitions, students, when I talk about your competition, if you'd step forward so we can see who competed in those different events. In the baking and pastry arts event, each student produces a quick bread, cookies, eclairs with a filling and glaze, and then they also have to decorate a cake based on a given theme, all within a 3-hour competition time. In the culinary arts event, students have an hour to make 2 plated entrees, which included a pan-seared chicken breast with a tarragon cream sauce, rice pilaf, and glazed broccoli for this year's state menu. In both baking and culinary, students are judged by industry chefs on everything from safety and sanitation to their final products, which are scored on industry standards for appearance, texture, and taste.
In the pastry arts cake decorating event, students use either fondant or buttercream to decorate a cake based on the given theme, which this year was graduation. All piping and decorating skills are demonstrated in front of the judges, and the students present their final cake showcased in a display. In the food innovations competition, students design a new food product around given parameters. This year, a healthy snack food that met specific requirements for calories, fiber, and protein. Students create an original prototype formula, test the product through focus groups, and develop a marketing strategy, including pricing, sales, and packaging. Their project is presented to judges who score them on their process for developing their product, as well as their final presentation of the product. The Focus on Children event recognizes students who use family and consumer science skills to plan and conduct a child development project that has a positive impact on children and the community. For example, Ada and Maddie planned and organized babysitting classes for several Girl Scout troops in Elmhurst. They made this class informative, interactive, and engaging for the girls, and they gained a lot, but also had a great time with the hands-on activities that were planned. The preschool lesson competition recognizes student participants who present an educational lesson to 3 to 5-year-old children that demonstrates participants' creativity and skills. They create teaching aids, strategies, and use verbal encouragement for pre-K children to enhance the lesson. They complete an organized lesson plan to submit and include picture documentation of their presentation to preschool-aged children.
In the Fashion Construction Star event, students construct a garment using a pattern and create a visual display. They are graded on sewing skills, professionalism of the display, and their presentation explaining how they made the garment, knowledge of skills, fabric construction, and garment care. In the Fashion Design event, students present a portfolio of original fashion designs for their own fashion line. The portfolio includes fashion illustrations and the creation of one pattern of their designs. They use this pattern to create and construct a professional garment, which is displayed while the students present their fashion line, including an exploration of the design process, branding, garment care, and the cost to create and market the line. In the Interior Design Star event and the Design and Decor State event, Students are presented with a client problem and needs for a specific space. Students draft floor plans, elevations, and select furnishings and decor elements. These ideas are captured on design boards and pitched to the judges who grade students on elements and principles of design appropriateness of the designs for their clients' needs. In the repurpose and redesign event, students utilize recycled materials to design an entirely new fashion garment. They showcase their fashion design and fashion construction skills, along with a presentation and display that captures all elements of their project from start to finish, including a cost itemization and the plan for marketing the garment. In the state level apparel construction events, students sew a garment with a specific category type: casual wear, semi-formal, formal wear, or lined and tailored garments. Students are scored on their construction skills and model their garment to be scored on fit.
And last but certainly not least is our professional career image competition, where students get to work as a fashion stylist. They're provided with details for a client with a specific occupation. They select a week's worth of clothing and then present their portfolio of looks, including modeling one of the outfits for the judges. They're graded on their style choices and how closely they were able to stick to a budget, and how appropriate the fashion is for the client's job. We are so proud of all of our students as they demonstrated their passion for and technical and professional skills related to family and consumer science through our FCCLA competitions this year. We want to wish best of luck to our seniors, many of which are going on to study in the field in which they competed. And we also want to wish special luck to our advisors and our students who will be traveling to Seattle this summer to compete at nationals. Congratulations, students.
Hi, everyone. I just love this FCCLA competition and all of the classes and the opportunities our students have to take classes in these areas, not only to explore different career paths, but also these are skills that you've learned that are going to serve you well throughout your entire life. Nutrition, cooking, learning how to sew, spending time with young children, and all the different things, interior design. No matter what you end up doing, these are things that'll serve you well forever. So I want to thank our staff for supporting our students through this competition and in these classes, because it's obvious that you're all very passionate about this area. We appreciate that. And I'm so proud of all of you for your commitment to this and the obvious hard work that went into it. And I'm going to read the proclamation. The Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America is a career and technical student organization that provides personal growth, leadership development, and career preparation opportunities for students in family and consumer sciences courses. Students develop presentations, demonstrated skills, and showcase knowledge in areas including nutrition, fashion, food production and design, children's literature, interior design, and professional careers. And students received individual awards based on their overall score. York FCCLA brought home 14 gold medals, 10 silver medals, and 2 bronze medals. The FCCLA State Leadership Conference was held in April, and the following York Community High School students earned top positions in their competition categories. Gold medals were awarded to Marlon Molina, Madeline Valesky, Ada Duell, Madeline Tresnick, Juliet Brunke, Julia Klink, Libby Donaldson, Azra Gashwala, Sophie Fallon, Grace Jensen, Ann Heflin, Tara Freund, Jamie Rowell, Emma Dowdy. Silver medals were awarded to Max Rallo, Evie Rios, Alice Moyle, Olivia Stockard, Alana Jantz, Spencer Gentel, Grace Proyne, Nora Ballman, Mason Jungles, and Amelia Cardaz. Bronze medals were awarded to Madison Kleinberg, Audrey Jeffrey, and the following students received the distinction of Most Outstanding, which denotes that in addition to the student's medal status, they have one of the top projects for their category in the state of Illinois in design and decor. Libby Donaldson and Julia Klink, and in that was in design and decor, and in professional career image, Emma Dowdy. The following students qualified to advance to the National FCCLA Leadership Conference in Seattle, Washington in July in repurpose and redesign.
Nora Ballman in fashion construction, Olivia Stockard and Madeline Valesky. In food innovations, Madison Kleinberg. In baking and pastry arts, Evie Rios was named as a first alternate for nationals and ranked 3rd in the state. In culinary arts, Marlon Molina was named as a first alternate for nationals and ranked 3rd in the state. These accomplishments bring pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and the community of Elmhurst. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and the faculty of the Family and Consumer Sciences Department for these outstanding achievements.
Congratulations again to all of our students and their families, and thank you to the staff. Thank you for presenting tonight and for working with our students every day to help them reach their potentials. So thank you for being here and presenting us today. Next, we'll move on to Churchville Middle School Spotlight. Got a couple more guests here.
Hello, everyone. I am Gina Reeder, the very proud principal at Churchville Middle School, and I'm here with Denise Floriani, a counselor at Churchville Middle School, but we're here tonight as co-coordinators of January term. And January term has been a partnership that we have had with Elmhurst University for over 20 years. We took a little break over the last few years, and we were asked to bring it back this year, and we're excited to do so because January term is all about introducing education students to the beauty and wonder that is the middle school student. So as we know, the journey of excellence that we are on, we feel that everything we're doing with January term fulfills this mission of educating, engaging, and empowering our students to be ready for college, career, and life. And with our strategic priorities, all four we feel are tied directly to our J term, which is focused on our student success and creating meaningful and trusting relationships with staff and creating an engaging environment for our community as well as our students. And for strategic priority 3, it really is maximizing our resources within the community to achieve excellence. And number 4, of course, with community engagements, it's really building that positive partnership that provides opportunities to increase our student engagement and enhance student learning. So January term. It really is. It's an opportunity for Elmhurst University juniors and seniors to take a special class during the month of January, in between semesters 1 and semester 2. And while everybody else is at home with their family, they're with us for the month of January. And they are partnered with teachers from Churchville. And what we see is that it really takes students that are really heavily leaning elementary ed or high school to say, oh, there's a whole nother endorsement for middle school, and this is where we get them. So with our partnership with Elmhurst University, those students will spend 42 hours in our classroom during the month of January. And they assist with students, they're co-teaching, they're working with individual students, but they're also writing papers about adolescence. They are attending sessions with different speakers that we set up around our school so they learn more about special education, English language learners, and really partnerships with the community. And this is run by, and really started the anchors, by former D205 staff, Steve Berchter, who is a professor at Elmhurst University now and was a longtime teacher at Sandburg Middle School, as well as the legendary Ramona Osgood, who was a longtime counselor at Churchville Middle School, who passed away 2 years ago. And even right now, we have 3 former J-term students at Churchville as teachers, one of which is featured in this 2016 article from Suburban Life. Victoria Mayer is one of our math interventionists. So I'm going to turn it over to Denise, who is also an Elmhurst College alum.
When Dr. Reeder asked me to coordinate this with her, I was honored to be a part of bringing J-term back to Elmhurst, back to D205 and Churchville especially. It's an opportunity to to connect with our future leaders and our future teachers, but give them that door opening into middle school. When I was back at Elmhurst College, I knew I wanted to be a middle school teacher. They didn't have J-term back then, but I know I would have been part of this program if there was a J-term for in the middle school. I have up here a quote from Steve Berchter, who was a colleague of mine at Sandburg years ago, and it was great to work with him again. And some of the highlights from his quote, he talks about allowing the teachers, the student teachers, the Elmhurst J-term students to teach in the middle school, but really understand what it's like to teach in a middle school. And you're going to hear in a little bit that they did learn a lot. It's definitely different, but it also opened their eyes to a new world of teaching in the middle and not just the elementary and the high school. They also learned valuable ways to reach today's young adolescents and the changes that occurred, and they were great too because they know a lot more about technology and social media because they grew up with social media. So it was great to have that insight shared with us. Steve also talked about past university students, and Dr. Reeder mentioned that we do have former J-term students with us at Churchville. On the next slide, we have a couple quotes from our J-term students themselves, and they talked about Churchville being a safe and positive environment, and they learned so much from their mentor teacher, and they felt welcomed, and how much they enjoyed working with students. And one of our J-term students, Jordan, he is very busy going to school, working at night, and he took time. You can see in the video that he's in his car. He's like, I hope this is okay. It definitely is. You know, he's busy. It's to be a college student and working, trying to put yourself through college. So we're going to hear from him.
Hi, it's Jordan Young Gentry. Having the opportunity to observe and participate at Churchville was a blessing to me. From the teachers to the faculty to the students, I immediately felt supported in a way I've never felt before. They taught me not only how to be a better teacher culturally, but they also taught me how to truly connect with my students in the future and understand who they are and their emotions on a deeper level. I honestly had such a great time, and it's an amazing school, and it's some place that I keep in mind when I look for my future school to teach at. Some of the attributes that Churchville has, I want my school to have. So thank you so much for giving me that opportunity, and I appreciate it.
And Jordan's a junior, so we have one more year before he's looking for a job. So the next slide has a few slides from the teachers that worked with our J-term students. They served them as mentors, and two of them, which I was not aware until I wrote the quote, are former J-term students themselves. So that would be Danielle Carney and Emily Machusik, who is speaking, but they talked about just the win-win situation of having Elmhurst College students come into the classroom, and the students love it. They see the career pathways that they can take, and they talk to the J-term students and like, how did you decide education? So it's a great experience for everyone all around. So Emily Machusik is going to share a little bit here.
Good evening. I'm Emily Matusik, and I teach 8th grade math here at Churchville Middle School. And I had the pleasure of working with an Elmhurst University J-term student this year. As a former Elmhurst alum, back then it was a college, not the university, so please don't age me on this one. I was able to complete my J-term of that, the Elmhurst School Districts really supported me in completing my observation hours and going in and teaching lessons and other such things. So first and foremost, I would like to thank both the Elmhurst University and Elmhurst School District for continuing to be amazing supports of each other. Obviously, we have a lot of products of Elmhurst College here at Elmhurst School District, and we're very willing and ready to get more. The programs on both ends are just absolutely amazing for both students and teachers. So during my time this year with my Elmhurst student, I was able to have my teacher come in and work with small groups. I also had my teacher teaching full class lessons. I had my teacher help me planning some lessons, and to me, it was just such a beneficial relationship because here I am knowing the students, knowing the content, and knowing what we do day to day, and she's coming in and she's offering a totally new perspective. It was that of which of a high school teacher, because that is what she wanted to go and do, but at the same time I was able to gain a different perspective on what does math instruction look like in the high school, like at the particular one that she was in. What are some different teaching techniques that they're using and they're implementing that they're learning about at the university. We were able to provide both of us, me and her, with different resources.
As you can see, it was like an informal PD for the teachers too. And last but not least, last but not least, and most importantly, we have two student voices, and these two 8th graders were so excited to be asked to be speaking about their J-term student, Grace. And I didn't even have to tell them what to say. This is all them. They shined and came alive in math during J-term.
Hi, I'm Michaela Payne, and today we're talking about our J-term teacher, Miss Rush.
She helped us get our work done.
She helped us understand solving equations.
She took us with a small group, and it made it easier for us to concentrate.
And she would wait for us to get it. She would explain, if we didn't get the first way that she explained it, she would explain it in multiple different ways until we got it.
J-term students are really helpful, nice, and patient. I really hope they come again.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rush.
Thank you, Miss Rush. Hi, I'm Jerry.
We are grateful for this opportunity to host J-Term at Churchville. We are grateful for the past, the current, and the future teachers for all they do for our students. And I even said to Dr. Reeder, you know, I'm retiring in just a few years, and I could see myself returning to Elmhurst College, forever Elmhurst College, Elmhurst University, and taking over J-Term in the future. So we're hoping to keep this relationship going in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight and for sharing such a unique opportunity that's made available and highlighting our partnership with Elmhurst University, but more so taking on the responsibility of educators in training and opening their window and door to a segment of education that isn't always prioritized in their curriculum at the university level as they're getting certified, right? So thank you so much for your presentation and for telling us about a wonderful, unique program in your school. We'll move on to item 5, which is the public hearing, the transfer of $7 million from the Education Fund to Operations and Maintenance Fund, and then to the Capital Projects Fund. We are now formally declaring this hearing open. Mr. Welchin, can you give us an overview of the item up for the hearing?
Thank you. Yes, this is a requirement under the school code to have a public hearing when you transfer money from the Education Fund to the Operations and Maintenance Fund and then to the Capital Projects Fund. And this is the second of 3 transfers. This $7 million transfer, we did $7 million last year, $7 million this year, and $7 million next year. This has been planned for years. This amount is in the budget, and as you know, we were approved for a referendum, $168.5 million to fund the rebuilding and renovation of our aging school buildings, including the 2 oldest schools, Lincoln and Field. During the construction process, there were additional needs identified and brought to the board as additional construction cost items that were beyond the original scope of the referendum budget, which was determined prior to the November 2018 election. The district will make these 3 transfers of $7 million to the Capital Projects Fund. This is the second transfer, and we've been planning for this all along. And some of the items that were the additional scope items were to address additional facility needs and provide additional capacity for our students, including expanding Field to a 4-section school to accommodate increases in enrollment.
Thank you. Are there any public comments related specifically to the public hearing and the transfer of $7 million? Seeing none, hearing all or no public comments, we now declare this hearing closed. Item 6 on our agenda, hang on, got to turn the page, is our regular public comment section of the board meeting. Are there any public comments from anyone in the room? None. Seeing none, we will move on past the section of public comments onto item number 7, which is the approval of board meeting minutes. Are there any changes to the regular board minutes from April 16th, 2024? Seeing none, those meeting minutes stand as is, and the meeting minutes for the closed session from April 16th, 2024 also stand as presented. Reports and presentations, item 8 here, we're looking at the Student Services Department update.
Good evening. We are happy to bring you our annual update regarding the Division for Student Services. We have a lot to cover this evening, and so I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So just our agenda for this evening, we're going to tell you a little bit about our students and give you some student growth and achievement highlights and give you an overview of our highlights related to the strategic plan in the areas of student success, learning environment, financial and operational effectiveness, and communications and community relations, and then outline some next steps. So as you know, we are continually working to improve our students and overall, and we have set a goal this year and really aligned our work as a student services team to ensure that all of our students, including those with disabilities, are educated, engaged, and empowered, and really embrace the Ready for College, Career, and Life mission that we have as a district. And so as we have done that, I just want to give an overview of our students with disabilities in District 205. So we serve over 1,400 students across the district with disabilities, which is an increase year over year of about 5%. Our largest serving category remains other health impairment, but we've seen increases in the area of autism and specific learning disability. Similar districts of our size and scope are identifying more students under the category of specific learning disability. And as we've talked about in other situations, our students with disabilities are not a monolith. So about 18.1% of our students are also English learners, and 25.7% of our students with disabilities also receive free and reduced lunch. So that presents some interesting opportunities for collaboration with learning and teaching and with other departments across the district. As we look at our grade levels and where our students are served, so the percentage of students served at each grade level is fairly consistent and ranges from about 14% to 20% district-wide. And you can see that in the graphs and charts there. So I won't go into that with too much depth. One of the things that the State Board of Education consistently measures us on is the percentage of students who are in certain educational environments. We have a really high percentage of our students who are served in the least restrictive environment, which is where they spend 80% or more of their school day with their typical peers. So they spend the vast majority of their day in general education classes. So that would mean that they're spending probably one or maybe two classes in special education, but the vast majority of their day is receiving general education services. And we've had some really great successes with that. We talk about the continuum of special education services, and we really wanted to put that into a visual model for you. So from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen is really the continuum of special education services. On the left side of the screen would be our home and hospital placements. We have very few students in those sorts of placements. And then on the right side of the screen would be in general education with just some accommodations. And we have a high number of students in special education who receive those sorts of services, and then everything in between. And as we move along the continuum of services, on the left side of the screen is considered more restrictive, and on the right side of the screen is considered less restrictive. And so really a nice continuum of special education services as we look to serve all of our students across the district. So we collaborate a lot with other area programs in making sure that we've got those supports in place. As we look at our staffing across the district, we concentrate our staffing on the early childhood through 5th grade levels. So more than half of our staff actually work in early childhood through 5th grade, even though less than half of our students are served in those grades. So we concentrate our staffing there because we know that those students are going to need more support. As students move on through the grade levels in their secondary programming, the number of staff decreases as those students become more independent. And so that's really exciting. And our team members range from our special education teachers and speech language paths, but we also employ, as you know, about 160 educational assistants, some physical therapists from our SASID program, and occupational therapists, social workers, school counselors, school psychologists in a variety of different ways. As we look at our student growth percentiles, this is just on the Illinois Assessment of Readiness during the last year. You might remember this graph from last year. So students with disabilities had higher growth percentiles than most of our other comparable school districts on the ELA portion of the IAR. And on the math growth percentile, you might remember that we were further over to the left, and we actually improved that score year over year. So something that we are really proud of and continuing to work on. We're not resting on our laurels there. And as we look at achievement on the IAR, similarly, we are on the ELA portion on the IAR, the scores of our Elmer students with disabilities have nearly doubled in the last 3 years and continue to perform well above our comparison districts when we're just looking at the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. On the math achievement, our scores have improved over the last several years. We still have some work to do there, and we are concentrating our efforts in that area. We talked with you about that at the Committee of the Whole in February about that work, and so we're hoping to see some great outcomes this year as we continue to work on that. On the SAT suite of assessments, during the last year, 46% of our students met the EBRW benchmarks and 28% of our students met the math benchmarks on the SAT suite of assessments, which includes all students who took it in grades 9 through 11. And the growth of students with disabilities on the SAT suite of assessments, we were in the expected growth range for both EBRW and mathematics. And so we are looking to continue that progress. We have done and will continue to do a lot of work at the high school, really specifically with some of our self-contained courses to make sure that they are aligned with our other courses in the math curriculum so that all of our students can have full access to their math courses there. Just some other pieces here. We regularly seek parent feedback. We shared some of this feedback with the board earlier on this year, but 94.5% of our families agree or strongly agree with the statement that all of their concerns and recommendations were documented on the IEP. That's a big shift from prior years, and that is actually coming from a state survey that was done of our families, where any family with a student with a disability could send that feedback back to the state, and they gave that feedback to us. And then on our own surveys, because we regularly survey after student IEP meetings, 100% of our families on our survey noted that they felt heard during our students' IEP meeting. And so that's just an example of a comment card, which was designed by our own team, which we hand out after every IEP meeting, seeking feedback from our families. Approximately 8% of our students across the district, so that is up slightly year over year, are receiving Section 504 services. Another number that has gone up this year is the number of students who are receiving McKinney-Vento services, so we're up to about 120 this year. The number of students who are identified has increased just overall, and so that is actually a nationwide trend, and so we're continuing to keep our eye on that, and we regularly partner with SACID. As you know, Dr. Campbell is a member of the SACID board. The district receives about $1.5 million in funding from the federal IDEA flow-through grants. It's been supplemented in the last 2 years with some more money from the American Rescue Plan Act. That's been sunset this year. We are consistently monitoring reimbursements from the state for some of our services for private facilities. There might be some news on that front coming in the next couple of weeks. And we're working to increase the amount we receive in reimbursement through Medicaid. So in terms of our strategic priorities, and we've been focusing on student success, we have really worked on curricular alignment by introducing and providing professional learning for our supplemental ELA curriculum materials for specialized programming. So in our special education courses, we've been working on Readtopia and some of our Voyager Sopers programs for our special education students. So just a couple of years ago, if you walked into some of our special education programs, they were not, our students didn't necessarily have their own curricular programs that was based in evidence. And so now our students have their own supplemental materials that is based in evidence, and that is something that's really exciting. We have introduced, thanks to the board, for approving the FastBridge Progress Monitoring Tool this year, and have begun to use that FastBridge Progress Monitoring tool for students kindergarten through 8th grade. We provided some targeted learning for reading and writing in our specialized learning programs, and we have targeted learning for elementary education, elementary special education teachers in the area of math. And then we're just continuously working on improvement. So one of the areas that we've really been focusing on is our students with autism, really specifically. So we're expanding, and next year we'll have 2 trainers on our team from who are experts in social thinking curriculum. And we have worked really hard this year to align our speech language pathology work to the professional standards. In the area of learning environment, we've done a lot in the area of mental health supports. So we've trained close to 150 staff members on the use of mental health first aid. That work is really ongoing. We have offered that training about once a month, and that is through a partnership that we have with Kids Matter, which is out of DuPage County here. And we've introduced the CARES grant for free mental health support with $249,000 in funding for our families. So as of this morning, we had connected 87 new students with mental health providers in our community, which is really exciting. So that is new students who are receiving free mental health services in our community through those grant funds. So really exciting there. There's a Troutman picture there up on the screen. In our co-curricular offerings, we've fully implemented Special Olympics programming at York High School, and we have begun to sponsor some additional school-wide events like the Polar Plunge, which is featured there on the screen. And we raised about $30,000 at that event, which was one of the top high schools in the state for that event. And in terms of staff support, I've been meeting once a month with all of our new special ed professionals across the district, and we've been providing monthly professional learning opportunities for our educational assistants. Again, these are new supports that we have put into place for all of our team members to make sure that they are feeling supported along the way. In terms of financial and operational effectiveness and community outreach and engagement, some highlights that we wanted to bring to you. As we've expanded the number of team members, as we've increased enrollment, we have also expanded the number of team members. We've talked about that before. I think it is important to highlight here as we've talked about the enrollment of our students with disabilities. And we've utilized school leader feedback and student data in determining FTE in each building. Really tried to align that very, very closely. As we have closed out some of the American Rescue Plan IDEA grant this year, we've really tried to make sure that we are continually improving and replacing some of that funding in other places there. We're closely monitoring our Medicaid funding and making sure that the state grant funding is staying solid. We are continuing with those special ed meeting surveys. We've expanded some partnerships with the Elmhurst Children's Assistance Foundation and other community groups. And we, of course, continue our partnerships with Surge. So in terms of our next steps and future plans, we've got a lot of them. We have experienced a great deal of success, but we have a lot more work to do. And we have a great team, and we can feel the momentum on our team, but we want to continue training our team members on the use of tiered curricular materials and providing that professional learning on the updated math curricular materials for middle schools and high school, which is going on right now. That has a base of the Universal Design for Learning, which is really quite outstanding. We are expanding the use of the Rush Executive Functioning Curriculum as a tiered intervention utilized by our social workers and school counselors, and continuing alignment with general ed classrooms for foundations, geodes, wit and wisdom. Something that doesn't always get called out here is that our special education courses, many of our special education courses at York High School have approval for NCAA. And what that means is that if I am a student athlete at York High School who is also a student with a disability, I can take one of those classes and still be a student athlete when I get to college. That's pretty unique to York High School. That doesn't happen in every place in the area, certainly, and it was something that has been fairly surprising to some of our new administrators. And we are expanding the use of transition surveys of all of our students with disabilities beginning in 7th grade with standardized there. We are expanding the use of mental health first aid training. We really want to make sure that more team members get trained in that. We are continuing to work on the classroom environment with crisis prevention and intervention to reduce the use of physical restraint, and we're focusing on some verbal de-escalation training there. Next year, all of our schools across the district will be using the school-wide intervention I forget what the last S means, but Swiss, and then continued professional opportunities for our educational assistants and continued use and examination of our facilitated IEP model. So we are really excited and proud of our work. We have a lot more work to do. And I just thank you for your time and would be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Kevin. There's a lot of information there. I know you put in a nice, efficient package for us, but there's a lot of really quality analysis, growth, and then future planning that was very evident throughout this. And thanks for doing that work, but also staying on top of this group of students with the goal of providing the most effective learning environment for all of our kids, knowing that more challenges keep coming through our door and that we're constantly responding to how to help support all students. So thank you. Any comments from the board? Beth?
I just wanted to say thank you to you and your team for the work being done, that has been done and is still being done on the IEP process, and to see the feedback from parents that they truly feel part of the process and they're brought along in that and that they're getting the information that they need and understanding that is just really great to see. So I know that's a process, but thank you for the work being done on that. And then just to support our staff members as well in the professional development and, you know, helping as you bring the new resources in to support them so that they can therefore support our students. So I appreciate it and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Kelly?
I just have a question. Can you just expand a little bit on exactly what goes into the mental health first aid training?
Sure. So the mental health first aid training is an evidence-based program. It is a full-day program which follows about 6 hours of modules in training. So, and it is focused on, so the first part here that we have been working on is making sure that our adult staff are able to respond to students who might be experiencing mental health crisis and in their classroom, and to provide them with the tools in their classroom to understand and recognize what that might look like. Also, for our adult staff, it makes sure that our adult staff have their own tools and their own set of tools in their toolbox to respond to their own sorts of mental health crisis or mental health issues that they are responding to. So, for example, they are asked a question during the day about 3 relaxation techniques that they are actively using during their week, healthy relaxation techniques that they are using throughout the week. So excluding like use of alcohol and those sorts of things. And so, you know, for some of our staff members, they actually have to change a routine or do some of those sorts of things. And so they are talking about like adding a crossword puzzle or doing that sort of thing. And that's just an interesting conversation to hear amongst our staff.
Great, thank you. I think that's really great that will help teachers, the mental health first aid training, to identify if there's an issue and how to handle that better. I think that's great. So thank you for this whole presentation and all the hard work you're doing.
Kelly.
Just one question for the graph you showed about the students with disabilities. Can you help me understand like why, or I know that you said that we have more people in the other health impairment than other districts have more specific learning disabilities. Is this difference in tools that are being used, or what has the district identified why we aren't identifying specific learning disabilities?
Yep. So we are working on, we have been working on understanding that a little bit better. Yeah. We've seen an increase in the number of students with specific learning disability over the past couple of years. Some of it, so students who would be classified as other, under the other health impairment category are students typically with ADHD. Sometimes it could be a student with anxiety or depression, and so we are digging into those numbers further to better understand that. Our numbers, the only reason that I'm sort of calling that out is because our numbers are far off, and so we are always monitoring that as a team.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Cory.
Where are we on the comparables with other districts in our progress with SATs?
So that is data that we don't have. I was not able to pull that, but I will look for that as I am able to find that.
Is it because other schools aren't, I don't know, publishing it or recording it or monitoring?
The way that we publish our data, I pulled our numbers from our ACRIS portal, and so I wouldn't be able to pull that data from in a comprehensive way from other school districts. I can work on sort of getting it in a more complete picture from school districts.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we are not better. I'm just so impressed with all the work being done at the high school. I was expecting it to be higher, so I'm just wondering, if it, like everything else, does the growth at the high school level kind of plateau off? And so that's maybe why we're not seeing it. But I'd be curious. And I just wanted to point out to the community, like we've talked about this for a long time, one of our first marching orders when Dr. Campbell and this team of people here was to align our professional development with our curriculum and our curriculum materials so that teachers weren't pulling their own stuff and making up the items they use to support learning. We saw it first happen at elementary, and then it moved into dual language, and now we're seeing it at middle school, and it really makes me very happy to hear that it's happening with the students with disabilities, because that is, routine and consistency is something that I think is a big benchmark for the learning that needs to happen with these students. So I applaud the continued focus on that by the district. Thank you.
Ms. Troutman, if I can just add one additional point to piggyback off of what you said. I think one of the things that the district and the Board of Education has really charged us to look at is not only achievement. Achievement is a snapshot of a student performance in time. The question that we need to ask is our academic programming allowing students to make the necessary growth regardless of what their starting point is? And so I think what we were, given the fact that we now have ECRA, right, we didn't have information to tell us that. So many of our students, depending on where they were on the continuum, as it relates to taking the SAT, we didn't know how directly our academic programming and our curricular decisions and the professional learning, the impact that it was directly having on the student experience. And so I appreciate you calling that out, and I think that we're primed in a really great position under the leadership of Ms. Leischel and York's administration, that now we have a tool to allow us to really track the progress and to be able to see that our students with disabilities are making the expected growth. I would make an assumption that has not always been the case, because I think that we have just come a long way in a short period of time in terms of elevating the level of rigor and the access for our students with disabilities within our classroom. So just to echo what you're saying, I think we're going to continue to see the achievement bar move, but right now we're really narrowed and focused in on making sure that students are making expected growth, if not even higher.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, thank you again for the presentation and overview of student services in our district. We'll move on to the consent agenda, item 9. Is there anything anybody would like to pull from the consent agenda? Nope. Can I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the consent agenda, including A, personnel report, B, financial reports, C, second read, section 2, Board of Education policy review, 220, 2106, 2110, 2120, 2200, 2220, D, second read, section 3, general school administration, policy review 350, E, second read, section 4, operational services, policy review 410, 460, 490, 4130, 4160, 4170, F, second read, section 5, personnel, policy review, 530, 550, 590, 5120, 5150, 5190, 5200, 5210, 5220, 5250, 5330. G, second read, section 6, instruction, policy review, 615, 620, 630, 650, 660, 665, 6230, 6280. H, second read, section 7, students, policy review, 750, 760, 770, 7160, 7190, 7250, 7270, 7285, 7290, 7345. I, second read, section 8, community relations, policy review, 830. J, 2024-25, breakfast, lunch, and milk fees. K, 2024 international travel request. L, memo of understanding, DuPage ROE, and Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 for regional safe schools. And M, approve and direct the board president, secretary, and their designees to execute the property schedule, agenda, and ancillary documents to the master tax exempt lease purchase agreement with U.S. Bank Corp. For a new 4-year tax exempt non-bank qualified lease and purchase of technology equipment as presented in an amount not to exceed the current value of $1,418,776.15, which the school district will pay with 4 annual payments not to exceed $380,420.74.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Thank you to Mrs. Troutman for reading the motion.
Listen, I'll take that over Dr. Kelly. Any proclamation today.
I would too. All right, we're on to agenda action items. We'll start with A, the approval of the Jackson Elementary School principal.
Thank you, President Arvanites. I, along with my administration team, launched an inclusive and thorough search to find the next Jackson Elementary School principal, with a driving mission to bring in top talent that would ensure continued student growth and success. The rigorous multi-step process began. As with previous principal interviews and the selection process, community input was also incorporated into the process in multiple ways, including community surveys as well as focus groups. There were a total of 52 applicants that applied for the principalship at Jackson Elementary. 16 candidates were screened, and 6 of those applicants were selected to participate in a second round of interviews at district office. 3 applicants were selected to participate in a third round interview at Jackson. Throughout these interviews, the district enlisted engagement from representatives from the district level, school level, and the parent community. During the second round, candidates presented a 10-minute data overview and priority presentation before engaging in a standard questioning interview session, in which questions were aligned to feedback received from community members. From there, on Friday, April 26th, 3 candidates were chosen to be a part of an extensive third round interview at Jackson Elementary School that included parents, board representation, administrators, as well as Jackson staff. The candidates' strengths and areas of growth were considered alongside the panelists' feedback, community input, and a review of artifacts provided throughout the interview process, in alignment with a profile of a leader created throughout our community engagement process. Communication was also provided to all candidates to discuss their status throughout the process. After all input was reviewed, including reference and background checks, the candidate, Dr. Krista Rajanen, is being recommended for hire. Throughout the interview process, it was consistently clear that among a pool of highly qualified candidates, the diverse experience and success that Dr. Rajanen has made has brought her up as the best candidate for the position and aligned perfectly with both the district objectives and community feedback, as well as specific to the Jackson Elementary School community. Dr. Rajanen has over 14 years in education, including classroom experience as a bilingual special education teacher, a team leader, a resident principal, as well as serving most recently as the assistant principal for over 6 years. What's also interesting to note is that Dr. Rajanen experience, she is currently serving in a K-8 building. She also, however, was a resident principal prior to becoming the assistant principal at a high school, giving her the perfect perspective that she will serve, that will serve her well in a unit school district. Board of Education, it is my esteemed privilege and honor to bring forth the recommendation of Dr. Rajanen for hire for the position of Jackson Elementary School principal beginning August 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approves Dr. Rajanen for hire for the position of Jackson Elementary School principal beginning August 1st, 2024, and to approve up to 10 days for the onboarding process.
I'll second. That was Kara, right? Yeah, okay, thank you. Motion by Ms. Hostler, second by Ms. Caforio. Are there any comments from the board? I will go, but
Oh, I was just going to say, we had an opportunity to meet you, and just your energy and clear excitement to be here is really great to see, and we can't wait to have you in our school district and working in one of our buildings.
it's That's great. Echoing what Kara said, thank you for giving us the opportunity and making D205 your new home, at least for the time being. We're excited to see not just what you've brought, what you will bring to the district, but the impact that you're going to have on our community and our children, most importantly, but also the families that you will begin to serve in August. Well, if this is all approved. I always do this too early. I'm sorry. I always do this too early. I'm sorry. So if we can, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Assef,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanites.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. I think Dr. Campbell's enthusiasm makes me forget that there's this step involved before I speak. So thank you so much. Congratulations. We welcome you aboard.
So good evening. I want to start by just sharing my sincerest appreciation to the board and District 205 team through your thoughtful consideration of my candidacy and ultimately the opportunity to serve as the next principal of Jackson Elementary. I am humbled as I stand here today and want you to know that I will work tirelessly each day to continue to strengthen the amazing things happening already at Jackson. I am thrilled to be joining such a treasure of a district and already am so appreciative of the support and encouragement I have received from district leadership as I transition into the principalship. Throughout my interview process, I was impressed by how often the voices of staff, families, community members, and students were referenced. I can tell that District 205 cares deeply about the Jackson community and is committed to ensuring that every child receives the very best education possible. I want you to know that this is at the core of my leadership as well. I believe strongly in the power of working together, of building quality and caring relationships, and of continually striving for improvement. Thank you again for this tremendous opportunity to serve District 205 and the Jackson community. I am so grateful for your support and partnership, and I truly can't wait to get started. Thank you.
Thank you again and congratulations. We'll move on to item B, the 2024-25 student handbooks. Handbooks, plural, yes. Who is that going to? Dr. Campbell?
I'm going to pass that to my colleague, Dr. Rubenstein.
Great. So each year, the Board of Education is asked to approve the student handbook. So before you this evening, you have a draft of the 24-25 student handbook. It last came to you officially in May of 2023. Many of you reviewed it at the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee meeting earlier this month. You can see there are several changes that have been made following the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee meeting. We made some changes to the attendance section. We also made some changes in the homework and assessment area regarding York High School. Those have all been updated and streamlined. We made some updates and suggestions regarding parking offenses at York High School and some other changes there. One of the more extensive areas following conversation at that committee meeting was with regard to the athletics and extracurricular activities code of conduct. And so we just, all of that information has been updated and it's there for you in the handbook this evening.
Great, thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the updated student handbook for the 2024-2025 school year as presented.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Assef, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board? Kara?
Yeah, I just wondered if you could share what process will, there's some major, I would say particularly at the high school, some significant changes to procedures around homework, assignments, also parking. how that will be. I mean, I'm assuming everyone will read every page, but in the event that they maybe don't, how would they maybe get a high level, overview of what's changed before the school year starts?
Yeah, absolutely. So this year we set up with some of the shifts that weren't necessarily directed to the handbook, right, but some more procedural shifts. We sent out a cadence of emails, right? So we've gotten some feedback that our novel emails might not be the easiest to decompress and really navigate. And so sending out, some updates around assessment and homework procedures one week, and then the following week, things around, parking, culture, climate, that kind of thing. And so that seemed to get some good feedback this year. So we were thinking about continuing that practice. And then that goes to students and parents. And then the first week of school, our students have grade level assemblies where we really navigate. And that's where we really call it out for the students so that then if there's questions, right, concerns, all of that, we want to make sure that it's super clear for student expectations as well. And so that'll happen in person in that meeting.
Okay, perfect. And then just sort of a little bit of a follow-up with that. Could you just speak a little bit to, I know in committee this was discussed, but just how, for instance, some of the changes around, and I'll just mention York since that's kind of where the majority are, around homework and assignments and retakes, like how that who is kind of involved in that conversation and coming to this product?
Yeah, so I can speak to the York section around assessments and homework and retake policies in particular. So this year there was a grading and assessment task force, which had a wide range of stakeholders on it to really review data around what are student, family, and staff, both perceptions and interpretations of our current policies, and are they working or not. We surveyed recent graduates, so they sent out every email that we had for around the last 2 to 3 years of graduates. We sent out, how did these policies help or hinder you in your post-secondary endeavors? And so that team really came together to identify trends, right? And maybe some opportunities to refine procedures where the intended outcome was this, but then we weren't seeing that actually happen in our actual implementation. And so that team came together and really proposed how it wanted to be laid out, right? So a big shifts from assessment and relearning days, right, that were strictly utilized at the end of the semester to provide students with that opportunity to demonstrate mastery, to providing students with the cumulative summative assessments. So being able to experience, again, not necessarily high stakes in the way of their grade. It will be weighted the same as any summative assessment that the students take, but that cumulative experience of here's everything you've learned over the course of the semester, right? This doesn't mean that we're taking away the opportunity. We know that students learn at different rates and that multiple opportunities allow students to really deeply understand. So really outlining what are those procedures so that every course team has school-wide procedures, and then really narrowing that to the division, because we know a retake, right, would look very different in a science class compared to a physical education class. And so it really was a very collaborative process, I would say, at the school level to make sure that we thought of all the nuances, particularly when we have hundreds of different courses, to make sure that our school-wide expectations really can be lived with fidelity, and then divisions being able to narrow that focus to make sense for them.
Awesome, thank you. I just, we talked at the board table quite a bit about this topic, and I know it's also been a topic of discussion in the community, and I just think it's important to know that, it's been worked on, and you really pulled a lot of different stakeholders in to come up with a solution that will continue to get evaluated. But thank you for the work. I really appreciate it.
Can I just highlight that, because you, Carrie, you mentioned something in there about not just the handbook, but procedures, which I think is important for the community to also highlight. Inside the handbook, there's that link to the actual York procedures, which is a whole nother level. You'll see it referenced in the handbook a couple times, I think, and it's someplace to go to take a little deeper dive into the information. I think it has a lot of information in there, and so I'm happy to have it there. It's like, it looks like you guys have put a lot of work into it, which is super helpful, and I just wanted to highlight that, because I've never even went to it before. I mean, I've never used it before. I think I've gone to it and it was like, okay, this doesn't help me. And it's got some meat to it now, and that's really helpful. So just another resource for families.
Anyone else?
I just want to say that it's nice to have the assemblies and have the students in a room and have some of these things explained to them, because I think that helping them to understand the process and why some of the changes were made and how it will benefit them is really important. And, sometimes it's a little more work for them, or it's a different, it's a change for them, which can cause some anxiety and be stressful. And so helping them understand how this change is going to benefit them moving forward, I think is really important too. So it's nice that you give them that opportunity to understand that.
Yeah, I think in addition to our students, we across all of our buildings, the terminology either from open house to curriculum nights, but it's also an opportunity where we establish with the administration some common messaging that we want to share with families, and so that's also another avenue and for us to be able to communicate, just in case they missed a few of those emails. Some of the ways in which our processes and our procedures are updated for this year.
Anything else? Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Assaf?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item C is the Edward Elmhurst Contract Nursing Services. Dr. Campbell?
So each of our school buildings has a school nurse to serve the needs of our students. And so for several years, what is also unique to Elmhurst Community Unit School District is that we have a very strong partnership with Edward Elmhurst Hospital, and we have contracts that then allows for us to have these nursing services. And so before I hand it over to my colleague, I just want to publicly again say how grateful we are for our partnership with the hospital and how extremely unique that is. But it has definitely served our community well in providing the level of nursing support throughout all of our campuses. Dr. Rubenstein?
Just to add to that, because even as the entire community has seen, they've become Endeavor Health. The hospital has maintained a focus on community-based health services, and this is really the core of community-based health services. And I know that that's really important to them to keep that mission and vision alive, and this is a key part of that. So as we bring this contract to you for your approval for another year, we're asking for a small increase of 2.94%, which is under CPI. We are adding less than one staff member to the total FTE for this year. We have some redistribution in our staff members across the district, and that's just the way that it works out. So we've decreased the number of our professional educator licensed nurses, which is something that we wanted to do this year. And so we really took a close look with the hospital at the number of professional educator licensed nurses that we needed and switched many of those roles to RNs. And so we're asking for a contract not to exceed $1.830 million, a little bit above that, and an increase of 2.94% for this year.
Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education authorize execution of the contract with Edward Elmhurst Health for schools nursing services in the fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $1.830512 million. Oh, 91 cents. Forgot the 91 cents.
Motion made by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? Kara?
Just, well, first a thank you to the administration for working on this. And I think, tonight's meeting, we started with the mayor here. And, worked with the city, and then now we're voting on a contract that we're working with the nurses. And I think, we're Elmhurst Community Unit School District, and I think it's just a great example of we really are a community, and so appreciative of the different parts of our community that support our students. And so I just thank you for the administration's work to go and work on those partnerships and do that work so that our community can really support our students. And so, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other comments? Thanks. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. The next item on the agenda is D, the approval resolution of appointment to DuPage Area Occupational Education System Board of Directors.
Good evening, everyone. This is an annual requirement as part of our intergovernmental agreement with DEOS and our partnership with TCD. For next year, we are appointing or recommending for appointment Director of STEM Pathways, Mr. Dave Beatty. Dave is no stranger to TCD, nor DEOS, nor CTE. He will do an excellent job.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the resolution of appointment to DuPage Area Occupational Education System Board of Directors, which appoints Mr. David Beatty, Director of STEM Pathways, to serve as its representative for the 2024-2025 school year.
A second.
Motion made by Dr. Henry, second by Ms. Troutman. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, can we please call the vote?
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item E is the approval of resolution to transfer $4 million from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund.
This resolution is to transfer $4 million. This is an annual transfer that we do in order to complete large capital maintenance projects every summer. These projects help to extend the useful life of assets, prevent a larger expense in the future, and modernize our school facilities. Todd Schmidt, Facility Director, has gone over the list of projects with this $4 million. He reviewed them at the Finance and Operations Committee meeting on March 6th and also on November 8th.
Great, thank you. Can we have a motion?
I'll second. I don't think my mic was on. Sorry.
Motion made by Ms. Hostler, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. The final item on the action agenda is approval of resolution to transfer of $7 million from Education Fund to Operations and Maintenance Fund and then to the Capital Projects Fund.
This resolution is, I talked about this earlier at the public hearing this is the second of 3 $7 million transfers for additional scope from the referendum.
Thanks. Yep. Yep. Okay, can we have, can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution directing the transfer of $7 million from the Educational Fund to the Operations and Maintenance Fund and then to the Capital Projects Fund as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by Dr. Henry, second by Ms. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? Nope. All right, then can we please call the vote?
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Assif,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. That brings us to Superintendent Communications. Dr. Campbell?
First item under Superintendent Communication is FOIA. One FOIA request for waste and recycling services was granted. One FOIA request for a list of forum correspondence not in possession. One FOIA request for correspondence American flag granted. One FOIA request for expenses for the play Frozen granted. One FOIA request for York Mechanical Contractor records granted. One FOIA request for SEIU grievance settlement provided when ratified granted. One FOIA request for painting invoices granted.
Great, we'll move to communication highlights.
So tonight's video is the second edition of Hall Pass. It is, she is, but the tripod now has wheels. So it's much smoother.
What an upgrade.
And it's only one person, this
So
is
much
true.
opportunity.
I just want to say that the excitement around this has been tremendous, and the Hall Pass series in itself, and we already have filmed 5 of them. So like the ideas are flowing and there's a lot of great information coming. So every month we have a new one already planned and many in the works and a lot of great things to highlight throughout the district. So we're really excited about them and really grateful to Dr. Campbell for being a great sport wherever we take her and wherever we make her stand, whether it's outside in the middle of a baseball field or, you know, walking backwards and, you know, gymnastics field. So I'm a sports person. What can I say? Thank you. All right. Thank you, Rudy.
Morning. Good morning. I am here with the instructional coach at Edison Elementary. Thank you so much for being here and taking a little to chat. Share what is the role of an instructional coach?
Yes, so instructional coaches are teachers. We come to this position with a variety of different teaching experiences in the classroom and some expertise. And our role in the buildings is to provide support and encouragement for our teachers to continually learn and grow and elevate their practice so that we can provide the best student experience for our kids.
So with that work, what does a typical day look like?
One of the things I love about this job is that there is not a real typical day, but at any given day you will find me working inside classrooms with students and teachers, maybe modeling a lesson, co-teaching, maybe observing and providing some feedback to teachers. But I also work outside of the classroom. We'll co-plan with some teachers in their plan time or attend and participate in PLC conversations where we're looking at student work and determining next steps. I'll learn myself so that I can take everything in and create some really important professional learning for our staff that we then can facilitate together in late arrivals or institute days.
So speaking of professional development, we just recently, as last year, made 2 huge curricular adoptions, Wisdom and Foundation. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you led and supported the team?
Yes, so I was very fortunate last year to have the opportunity to really focus on one of those foundations, and I went through a facilitator certification program where I was able to deeply build my knowledge base of both kind of the research around learning in this way, but the program, the activity procedures, the assessment procedures, and as a part of that, I was able to bring all of that learning and support my teachers throughout the year in learning about it as well. So it led to a very deep implementation in year one of this really fantastic program. And here we are in year two, and it's only gotten better. We are more comfortable with the curriculum. We are more comfortable with the assessment and what it tells us about students. And our students are more comfortable. We are seeing students who are in year two now, and they're really taking ownership of these sound spelling patterns and these skills. And we're seeing comfort level with them and application across different contents, which is exciting.
That is super exciting. So you've spoken about your learning, teachers learning, even students' ownership of learning. What about parents and families? How have you been able to, or have you been able to kind of bring them along and help support them in their understanding of the curricular resources?
Yes, our Edison families have been incredibly supportive of both of the new curricular resources. Foundations in particular has been met with a lot of curiosity here at Edison, but also in the community. I'm a community member and I hear my neighbors talking as well. We had teachers reporting that parents were hearing kids talk at home at the dinner table and they wanted to engage with them, but they didn't understand. I don't know what a glued sound is. What are they talking about, a closed syllable? So there was kind of this difference in how we remember learning to read and spell and wanting to engage with kids. We also had assessments going home, and you see a word with all of these markings, and you don't know what you're looking at, and is it right or is it wrong, or how do I help? And so we found that the curiosity was really out there in our parent community. So the second grade team and I decided to partner, and we developed a Foundations Parent Night and invited everyone in the school community. You did not have to have a kindergarten through third grade teacher or a student, but they wanted to come and learn more about the program, but the neatest thing was that our teachers led them through what a typical lesson or a lesson could look like. So we had, it was so fun, and we had parents being taught a new concept, and then getting out their magnet boards and trying to apply what they just learned to spell and build a multisyllabic word with multiple syllable types. And it was a really energetic, vibrant learning opportunity where they were just stopping and asking questions and making mistakes and laughing through it, because here we are adults, we should know how to spell these words, or we think, but it was a really lovely way for us to bring the student experience to families so that they can say, you know, their son or daughter's talking about foundations at the dinner table. I can now picture what that might look like. And we also leave with some coaching stems or some ideas for how to help. So if they're reading with their child and they're coming to a word they don't know, we gave them the language that we use at school so they can coach them through. Let's tap the word. Let's see, does it have a suffix? Let's look at the base word. All of the things that we do here in school, we gave parents those tools to be able to support at home.
Wow, that is so amazing. Excellent job, great work. Kudos to the second
Yes, for sure.
as well for that partnership. And just want to thank you. Thank you so much for just giving us a glimpse into this really important work that we're doing to elevate student outcomes.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here with us at Edison.
Absolutely. It's a fun place. Thank you.
Very nice, thank you. Moving on to board communications, are there any board members present or that would like to present reports? Present reports and or share information with the full board. Bev?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of board tours that some of us have been able to do. I think all of us were able to do the first one this past month, and one was at York High School, and we were able to see the new auditorium, which has been a long time coming. And we have award-winning drama and music programs over there, and for our students to be able to have this new state-of-the-art space to perform in is amazing. And at first glance, it looks somewhat similar to the old auditorium, but we learned about all of the lighting and the rigging that has been replaced, and that there's now a working orchestra pit, and the seating is better for viewing, and the sound is better. And so all of those things you don't see behind the scenes are so important to what the students are experiencing there. So I wanted to say thank you to everybody who worked on that and who's doing all that work across our district. And we also got to see the media center at York and the study spaces and the new testing center area, which is really great resources for kids, and the YTV area, which now they can do sports broadcasting, the YTV announcements. They have an area where kids can make videos for different projects and other things. And again, just such amazing opportunities for our kids to take on with them in whatever they choose to do after they leave District 205. So that was really nice to see. And then one other school that I got to visit recently was Conrad Fisher. And that's another school that we, as board members, we decided to, put a little bit more funding into that school to give them some more classroom space. And I just have to tell you that I was so happy to see the improvements there, and these enormous skylights that bring so much light and energy into that space. So the new media center is beautiful. The students there seemed really excited about it and energized by it, and it was really nice to see that building, come to life. And then also to witness all of our new curricular materials that we've been talking about being used in our dual language program, and how the teachers are utilizing those things in the classroom was really nice too. So just wanted to, people don't always know that as board members, we aren't always in the schools, but it's nice when we get to go in there and see all of the, the resources that we talk about here at the board table in use, and all of our construction projects that are coming to a close across the district. So I just wanted to speak to that a little bit. And thank you to everybody who's been working on all of those things on our teams.
Great. Thanks, Beth. Anything else from the board? All right. Upcoming meetings, we have a date change, June 12th, 2024 instead of June 5th, 2024. The policy committee meeting will be held at 5:30 p.m. And on June 18th, we have a regular Board of Education meeting at 7 p.m. Both meetings will be held here at District 205 Center in rooms 2, 15, 16, and 17. It is now 9:04, and with that, our meeting is adjourned.